inform policy. So I think also as scientists we are losing in the translation. But forums like this, I think, make us start to understand the other's language. So unless scientists also can bring on board the non-scientists and translate that science to a language that's understood by the non-scientists, not only the policymakers, but also the practitioners, then we might continue saying that we are not allocated resources for science forever. So for me, I think the translation of that science to inform policy and practice will make the policymakers understand exactly that we have the solutions to sort the problems and also to inform the policies that are being developed or reviewed. So such platforms are great, and from this then we can start understanding what exactly do we need, or how exactly do we need to translate this science that should be informing policy into a form that the policymakers understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I think that is a very, very important message to say we need translators so that this message can be understood. You will all remember that in just our recent past, some 4 years ago, we had something called COVID. And science was in the fore, or it was the hope, because it was easy to communicate. So we need to think using the COVID approach to communicate our message. Let's give them a round of applause while I invite the audience to share in their views, questions, and comments to our panelists. I have very limited time. I'm just going to take, maybe for the next session, they will bear with me a little bit, but if we can make the questions short. Let's start from here. We take one hand. I will take a lady, unfortunately. And then the other one from there. If time allows, I may accommodate you.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice panel discussion and also for the nice presentation by the professor, the good professor there. My name is Cosmos Magorogosha. I'm from the Agriculture Research Council in Zimbabwe. And I'm going to be direct. I think one challenge we have is the policies that we make, they could be good, but in many cases they don't talk to each other across ministries. And that is a big challenge, because I was just thinking about your presentation there. You talked about the issue of nutrition. In many countries, the issue of nutrition, you have policies in the Ministry of Health and you have policies in the Ministry of Agriculture. They don't talk to each other. You talked about food waste. I think that if the ministries of environment could take that as a raw material to restore soil fertility, if they talk to each other, I think they can find a solution to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very good advice. I will ask them to comment afterwards. Let's take the lady there and then the gentleman on the other side.
Thank you. My name is Melina Zoela. I'm working as a nutrition specialist with UNICEF. I'm a bit worried, like we're having this conversation. This is when we had the national dialogues in 2021, the food systems dialogues that fed into the UN Food System Summit. And there were some long-term and short-term commitments that were made by countries in terms of how we're going to transform the food systems. So I'm worried because now as we talk with the presentations that were made, like for example from SADC, that really there hasn't been much. Yes, we've made some strides, but I don't really see any tangible actions that have been taken at SADC level, for example, to ensure that there's greater coordination amongst the member states on the issue of food system transformation. So that was 2021, and the food systems, at least agenda, is supposed to be a catalyst towards achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're working towards 2030. Next year is 2025. Up until today, it seems like still at SADC level, there's the coordination aspect still doesn't seem strengthened. So I just want to ask, like, has there been any discussions at SADC level on how can we strengthen the coordination with the member states? I do know that we do this stock-taking discussions maybe on an annual basis. Is it in Rome or wherever? But at SADC level, it would be good to have that kind of coordination platforms holding member states accountable for the commitments that they did make a few years back. How do we ensure that we strategize ourselves and better coordinate ourselves at SADC level, as our food system is quite similar? And then also, still at SADC, sorry that I keep targeting your questions to you, but there's a lot of things that can also be done. For example, in our country, in the SADC area, there's a lot of influx of unhealthy foods that are coming in, replacing, how can we ensure that maybe at that level we do, there's been a drive towards how can we maybe increase taxes for unhealthy foods so that we incentivize local production of more nutritious foods, and also maybe having more learning best practices between countries as well, on countries that are doing better. As we know that, for example, in Malawi, we've been having coordination challenges. Can we learn from countries that are doing better, and SADC facilitates that process?
Okay, ma'am,
lastly, private sector engagement. We know that to transform the food systems, the private sector is a key actor. But when we have discussions like this, it would have been good on that panel to have a representative from the private sector, hold them accountable. Because when we talk about food system, they're the ones that are doing the transportation, they're the ones that are doing the processing, the value addition related activities, and we know that this is where the challenges are. Issues of maybe holding, issues of mandatory fortification, for example, for the private sector, that is not being done. How do we hold them accountable if we want to transform the food system, if they are not part and parcel of this kind of discussions that we're having right now? So sorry, just wanted to raise those points. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm running very low on time, and just following on the tone that was set by the minister, who has been brief and to the point, I would want to stick to the time. I'm just going to allow a response by maybe two of our panelists, starting with the first one around within-country coordination between ministries in terms of policy alignment. And the next one was coordination at SADC level, also addressing the issue of active participation of the private sector. Let me go to the SADC side of things. If you can address the coordination issue, and maybe one volunteer will address the issue around participation of the private sector.
Thank you for a very good question from my colleague from UNICEF. So, SADC, normally when people say SADC, they are referring to the Secretariat. That's a misnomer that is normally around. We're just secretaries. SADC is the member states. Now, the way it works is that the member states agree on these policies. For food systems, we had a SADC position in which we invited ministers, and they agreed on the SADC position, which we presented to the African Union, and African Union presented that position to the World Summit. That's why I said at the beginning that for us in Africa, our position is agri-food system, not just food system. So that's one. In terms of coordination, we've got very structured way in which we coordinate. So we start with a technical level. At the technical level, we meet with all member states. Member states meet. in technical committees headed by directors. So you have a director of nutrition, director of crops, director of food security, and they report implementation of all these commitments that are made, be it food systems, be it on CADAP, be it on National Agriculture Investment Plan, how they are doing in each and every country. Unfortunately, because we are not a commission, SADC Secretariat does not have enforcing powers for any of the decisions that they make. Member states decide whether to implement or not. So most of the time, the onus is on each and every individual member states. The ones that are enforceable are the protocols. Those are the ones I spoke to say that we've got so many protocols that were agreed 10, 15 years ago that remain unratified, so they cannot come into force. Lastly, in terms of influx of unhealthy foods, again, that's a national issue which cannot be enforced at the national level. If you were in ECOWAS, ECOWAS can impose a tax on all foods that have got sugar at a certain level. But in SADC, we present guidelines, and we've done that, guidelines for healthy diet, guidelines for food fortification. There are some countries which have taken it and put it into their laws, like Mauritius, for example. So it's the onus is on each and every member state to follow the guidelines and implement. We ask UNICEF and others to lobby to ensure that governments are held accountable to the things that are agreed at the international and national levels. Private sector.
So maybe we will, the private sector, maybe it might come during our reflections. I'm just a bit worried about the time. The minister invited me to come back, and if Fanrpan doesn't support my coming, it would not work if I don't do a good job in terms of managing the time. So let's thank our panelists for a very, very informative session. Thank you very much. I'm now going to invite two speakers. The first one is Prof. Obert Jiri, who is Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development in Zimbabwe, who's just going to provide us with some policy implications and reflections, focusing on the insights on policy impacts and future direction for sustainable food systems. If we can welcome him to the podium. I'm going to allocate at most, I think, 4 minutes. And then we will then from there, let me also invite Mr. Chola Mfula, African Union Development Agency, who will focus on continental perspective on policy harmonization and support for food systems transformation. If he can also join us on the podium. I'm now going to hand over to Prof. Jiri just to make some remarks.
Thank you very much. I'm not Prof. Jiri. I'm his representative. So I'm going to be brief. I think in terms of policy, the discussions that we have had here point to the need for creation of an enabling policy environment for all the stakeholders to be able to participate in the transformation of our food systems. This implies that policies have to be inclusive in terms of gender. You know, our women have to participate. Our youth have to participate. And also creating the resources, financial resources, for them to be able to implement the measures that are geared to the the success of the transformation. Then in terms of working together, the public sector and the private sector. In Zimbabwe, we have what we call a whole of government approach, meaning that all the ministries within the government are geared to ensure success of the prevailing policy environment. For the private sector and the development partners, we also work with them. For example, we have got weekly engagements on specific value chains with the private sector, the public sector, the development partners. They all contribute to the programming. When you are talking about winter programming, summer programming, we are together, and they've got their specific roles. The financial sector, the seed sector, the farmers' unions, they all work together in harmony. And then I think the importance of having homegrown policies is also critical. We often talk about domesticating European agricultural policies, which is not in sync with what we want to do here in Africa. So I think it is important that if we have the policies at sub-regional or regional levels, the respective nations should domesticate these policies so that they align to the development objectives of each country. The other issue is that in terms of policy making, we have to include all the stakeholders, the private sector, the development partners. They all have to contribute so that there is no policy failure in terms of implementing the agricultural food systems transformation. So for us in Zimbabwe, for example, we started with the agriculture and food systems transformation in the year 2020. But we have now changed it now to agricultural food systems and rural transformation, because people don't eat food only. They also want to improve their livelihoods. So in this respect, for example, we talk about the Fumvuza program, which is a form of conservation agriculture, where we encourage the farmers to have food security by producing appropriate crops. In our case, it's the maize, but we're encouraging transformation to traditional grains, such as the sorghums and millets, and also the legume crops, so that each farmer has got a balanced diet in the process. In addition, we have what we call village business units, where the government provides the water in the form of boreholes, the storage for the water, drip irrigation, and the seed and inputs for the farmers to start making money out of those. And in addition to this, there is aggregation coordinated by government agencies to ensure that the farmers get good market access and also financial inclusion by linking them to banks. So this is very successful. We are in the process of scaling this out. We have the deep tanks all integrated into that as well. Then in addition to that, we are looking at ecological matching. You know, since maize is our crop, you find that farmers have a tendency to grow maize even in areas where it is not possible to grow maize. So we have now said farmers in the marginal areas should grow traditional grains which are more drought tolerant. So we are building resilience to these farming communities through that process. Then the issue of irrigation. We have realized that a lot of droughts are taking place. So there's need for farmers to be organized in the irrigation clusters for production of traditional foods, as also horticultural crops for domestic and export markets. In this endeavor, we have what we call the hub and spoke model where the farmers are linked to exporters so that they are able to comply with the quality standards required for the export market, and they are able to manage their crops and reduce crop losses progressively through learning from established enterprises. So in brief, we are saying that policies have to be long-term for effective agriculture, food systems, and rural transformation. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Chola Mfula. I work with the African Union Development Agency. So I was given the opportunity to talk about some of the continental frameworks. Now, I will not go into a lot of detail, but overall, we have the Agenda 2063, which looks at creating a prosperous Africa by then. Now, to achieve that without agriculture and food systems, it's not going to happen. We understand that agriculture forms the backbone of many of these countries. So to achieve Agenda 2063, we need to make sure that agriculture and food systems is at the center of it. Now, in terms of food systems transformation, again, I'll not go into a lot of detail, but we all know about CADAP, the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Plan. This was launched in Maputo in 2023. Ideally then, the idea was to spend 10% of national budgets on agriculture in order to stimulate a 6% growth in agriculture. And I think that's what most people just know about that. It's what they took away, and that's what people talk about all the time. That has had its own challenges and whether it's successes along the way, but it was clear then that to expand the mandate, we needed to move to Malabo, sorry. And that moved the commitments from 2 to 7, which again, I will not go into. But I think what was important about the Malabo Declaration is that the language of agri-food systems was already starting to be introduced in that space. Now, where we are now is that we are now looking at a post-Malabo process. In this post-Malabo process, the key thing is to move away, not really so much away, but to make sure that the whole process is about food systems transformation. It shall build on the Malabo declarations. It shall build on the common African position on food systems that was presented at the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021. And also now start infusing language that is in those documents around game changers and the kind of levers that need to be done. So we are in a position now where we need to change the game. I heard business as usual earlier on. It's yes, business as usual won't be good enough for us. Our systems, food systems are really constrained. We heard the figures on hunger. We know about the increasing food import bills. And on the other side, we are also looking at how big the markets are being created. If you look at the continental free trade area, that alone is almost, $2.4 trillion of a market. If you look at agribusiness, that's going to reach $1 trillion by 2030. So the markets are there to drive the transformation if you use a kind of a demand pull effect within the value chains. However, we need to make sure that we start creating the right policies. Now, what I also want to emphasize here is that whenever we talk about policy, let's make sure we talk about policy with implementation capacities, because that is always important. You can design the policy, but if the implementation capacities are weak and under-resourced, then that just remains a good policy. So whatever we mention policy, let's also look at the implementation capacity. I also want to emphasize that the beauty of food systems, and I think there was a question on policies not talking to each other and so on, because we're now looking at a system, it means that we need to talk to each other. Because that system on food systems transformation is not about agriculture. It's also about health, it's also about land, it's also about energy, it's also about, I remember being in Kenya a few years ago, we even invited the police force, and they didn't even know why they came. But they are part of the food systems. They are the ones putting up the roadblocks and those corruption issues I had at some point. They are part of the problem. So we may not like each other in terms of the ministries, but because we are now operating in a systems approach, we just have to talk to each other in order to transform this. So where we are moving now, we are going to have the Kampala Declaration. It's going to be a food systems-driven approach. And also of emphasis is that we are also going to make sure that the policy and implementation capacities are strengthened within there. And also, if you look at Maputo and you also look at Malabo, they were very heavy on government. Everything was about the 10% from government. Now we're saying the private sector must also be in that discussion, and they must also take a strong stance in that position. So we'll be able to incorporate that moving forward. We understand that the ones moving, I think someone mentioned it, moving all these goods and so on, it's a private sector. They are the bloodline of these value chains, so they have to be part of all of this. So that is where we are now. We are with the post-Malabo process, and in the coming year, we'll be able to make those declarations. So the process is still going on. Those who have contributions can still contribute, and they'll be able to be taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? We have overgrazed and encroached into the next session, and my apologies for that. It's that should be, I'm the one who should be blamed for that, but I think it was important that we do give audience to our speakers. Perhaps the take-home message is that our policies should be inspired by the experiences that our people encounter on a daily basis. We sometimes spend too much time on modeling ourselves through the eyes of other continents. I think we should be the originator of our own policies and use the language that is our own, and that will take care of the resource implication. Thank you very much for being such a good audience.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. We would like to proceed with our program lasting for about an hour. We are going to be focusing on research in terms of research pathways as they relate to transformation of our food systems. We will adopt a similar mode like the previous one. We'll have a keynote presentation to lay the ground, and then we'll have our distinguished panelists who have agreed to share their experiences and perspectives. And then we'll have an open plenary session, and then we'll conclude with some final reflections from some two distinguished speakers as well. So at this point, we will start with the keynote speaker, Mr. Sherwin Gabriel from IFPRI. Mr. Gabriel is not physically with us here, but we are going to have a recording of his
Good day to everyone attending the Fanrpan Regional Dialogue.
So please let's listen to that. It's going to be a very brief presentation, but quite important in terms of laying the ground. Over to our IT colleagues
Good day to everyone attending the Fanrpan Regional Dialogue.
make the presentation.
My name is Sherwin Gabriel. I'm a scientist at the International Food Policy Research Institute. I was asked to provide some reflections on the future of the food system in Eastern and Southern Africa, looking at the intersections of climate change, socioeconomic development, and how these could shape food security, trade, diversification, and policy options in the region. I'm sorry I can't join you in person today, but hope you'll have a fruitful few days and that you might pepper in some of the insights I'm sharing into your conversations. Just for some context, EMI, IFPRI, Fanrpan, and other partners are jointly working on a State of the Region report to consider what the region could look like in different states of the future in Eastern and Southern Africa, and what it takes to make those futures happen. This is part of the CGIAR initiative on diversification for resilient agri-food systems in Eastern and Southern Africa, also known as Ukama Ustawi. The initiative promotes climate-smart intensification, diversification practices, improved water and land management, digital agro-advisory, agricultural risk management, and sustainable agribusiness development in the region. The section on climate and trade analysis in which I participate is done in collaboration with the CGIAR initiative on foresight. It's well known that the climate has been changing, and that change is likely to continue for some time to come. The effects of climate change on the agricultural sector is pronounced, given the dependence on climatic factors such as rainfall, temperature, and evapotranspiration rates for production. Eastern and Southern Africa is especially vulnerable, firstly due to these biophysical effects, which are likely to impact the productivity of key staple crops such as maize, but also because a significant part of the economies in the region depend on the sector for income and employment. Climate projections across 5 climate models used in the IPCC's 6th assessment report show varying results on their climate projections based on how each is specified. However, there are some tendencies that I'd like to highlight. On the left panel, we see the change in the mean annual precipitation between a 20-year average around 2020 and a 20-year average around 2050. The projections tend to suggest that East Africa is going to be wetter, although there are some mixed projections for Kenya and Tanzania. In contrast, the tendency is towards a drier Southern Africa, as shown by a consistent pattern of brown to orange zones throughout the region, although here there's also some mixed results for Malawi, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. On the right-hand panel, we observe the projected changes in mean daily maximum temperatures over the same period. So temperature increases are projected to be higher in Southern Africa than in East Africa. This can be some concern because you have a double effect of lower rainfall and higher temperatures, which is projected for parts of Southern Africa, and this could significantly reduce agricultural productivity. With these climate futures in mind, my colleagues Tim Thomas and Ricky Robertson modeled the direct effect of climate change between 2005 and 2050 on yields for a number of crops, using the future climates projected by these GCMs under a RCP 8.5 climate scenario. So here I've put them in a table and I compared them with the projected change in the world average. So for most crops, climate change causes significant decline in crop yields. The result for maize, right at the top, while negative, is less severe than the projected world average of 16.3%. So this could suggest a comparative average for the region. However, whether this is actually a production or export opportunity depends on other factors, including the expansion of crop area, supply chains, and the proximity to global markets. On the next line, we can see that climate change is favorable for sorghum, as shown by a positive result compared with the 2005 climate for both Eastern and Southern Africa. Notice also that, except for rice, the yield impacts are more negative in Southern Africa than in East Africa. This complements what I said in the previous section, in the previous slide, where I highlighted that in some countries of Southern Africa, there's this double effect of lower rainfall and higher temperatures. Maize is a key staple in most of Eastern and Southern Africa, accounting for a major share of total agricultural land and per capita calorie availability. By 2050, it's still expected to be the main crop in the region. However, projected performance is expected to be mixed. As shown before, maize yields are expected to be reduced because of climate change, and this is only partially offset by an increase in cultivated area. At the same time, strong population growth is expected to drive the demand for maize in the region. Rising incomes are also expected to boost demand for animal-sourced foods such as meat and dairy, and this further increases the pressure on production for maize because of the higher demand for feed for livestock. The combined effect means that production in maize is unlikely to keep up with demand, As shown here, the growth in average annual demand, shown in the green bars, exceeds the growth in production, shown in the orange. The gap between production and demand creates pressure for imports to cover the shortfalls, and here we show what that means for the region. Take a look at the left chart. In 2019, most of the region was broadly self-sufficient in maize, importing or exporting as much as a quarter of food demand. These are depicted in the countries colored in yellow. The major countries that are large net importers of maize in the red are in southern Africa, typically neighboring countries to South Africa. South Africa was a major net exporter of maize, and it exported mainly to these countries. By 2030, we see this picture changing, where more countries become larger net importers, although there are some, including Ethiopia in particular, emerging as a major producer of maize. South Africa is still a net exporter, however, it finds its exportable supplies falling as a result of higher demand from the feed sector, as well as some increases in food demand. By 2050, what we see is that the main net exporters of maize in the region are South Africa, Ethiopia, and Zimbabwe, and most of the region are large net importers. But with that, the net exporters are unlikely to have sufficient maize to meet demand from the rest of the region. This trade outlook is further complicated by the projection that there's going to be fewer net exporters of maize projected for Africa. This then means that countries in the region will have to look further afield to obtain maize. On the right-hand side, I show where the major net exporters of maize are projected to be. These countries are expected to account for around 80% of exported maize. By 2050, these are largely concentrated in Central Europe and South America. In addition to the cost of maize, transport costs from these regions then becomes an important cost element of the imported food. This is expected to cause pressure on food security and the import bill, especially if supplies of major staples, such as maize, are increasingly concentrated in imports from a few countries. Indeed, the potential risk that a significant amount of food is supplied by imports, and potential other effects, including on a country's terms of trade and food prices, should prompt exploring the extent to which domestic maize production should be increased. Here, in a scenario where I increase that production by 10%, it shows that the effect on net maize import varies quite a bit by country. In Tanzania, production helps lower the import share from 14% to 3%, which is close to being self-sufficient. It also suggests that this import pressure is considerably relieved in Zambia and Kenya, however to a lesser extent. But in countries such as Malawi, the hurdle might be too large to clear. In using exercises like this, foresighting helps us identify what the context, projections, and potential are for different scenarios. They also prompt us to think about what trade-offs or alternatives there might be. So, what kind of investment, or research, or policy, or funding is needed to reach that 10% increase in domestic production? Do the crop models suggest there may be other crops that could be prioritized, such as cassava, sweet potato, sorghum, or millet, which tend to do better under higher temperatures than maize? Should policy focus on cash crops or ensuring that there's enough food available? However, analysis can only reveal some insights. It's important to remember that models are a simplified representation of reality and should be accompanied by a grounded sense of what could hinder or accelerate the opportunities shown through modeling. This grounding is an important component of strategic foresighting, and in developing our State of the Region report, Fanrpan convened a participatory scenario development workshop in June, which allowed stakeholders to bring important perspectives as we think through the potential pathways and scenarios to enhance agri-food systems in the region. Here are some of the main insights shared by participants that we're taking forward as we think through scenarios, policy implications, and other needs, such as infrastructure, funding, and implementation that makes it happen. We gauged how much change has been occurring in the food system that are materially affecting demand and production. Participants noted a shift from maize monoculture to a more integrated set of crops that often includes legumes and tubers, and sometimes livestock. A focus on sustainable agricultural practices, such as conservation agriculture and water harvesting, has also emerged, in awareness to the risks of climate change and the need for adaptation. Additionally, improved seed has been used, often to improve productivity in the face of environmental stresses. On the demand side, there's been a shift in consumer preferences. This reflects a couple of things. Urbanization has prompted higher demand for fast food, particularly among younger consumers, but there's also been greater recognition and purchasing power for more diverse diets. So, demand is changing what consumers prefer, But strong population growth is also amplifying the volume of demand. So this has increased the need to improve productivity in the agricultural system, which is already being pressured by climate change effects, which includes extreme events such as drought and flood, limited access to improved technology, and insufficient infrastructure, including equipment and storage, to reduce high levels of post-harvest losses. Land use and competition for land was also highlighted as an issue, as well as market barriers, including access as well as compliance with standards. Understanding these contexts is useful in adding the policy and environmental dimensions into our analysis and enhancing the arguments on what we've already spotted on the socioeconomic side. So what does it take to make change happen? We asked our participants to share some of the binding constraints they observe or perceive that, if unlocked, could boost development in the agricultural system. Technological advancements came up a lot as a key intervention. Access to innovations such as seed, machinery, digital tools, finance, techniques, and knowledge, not only to improve productivity in and of itself, but to improve farmers' ability to adapt to climate change and other risks. Coherent, updated, and aligned policies were also noted as crucial to enable a sustainable food system. These should be sensitive to evolving market dynamics and trade policies and to facilitate smoother trade. Stakeholders also highlighted the importance of enhancing the participation of women and enticing young people to the sector. They stressed that climate change, noting the impact on growing seasons, rainfall, and drought in particular, and related stresses on crops such as pests and disease, and enough water for irrigation in the face of increased industrial and household use, are key risks that need to be managed or explored. Variability in prices was also noted for its impact on farmer earnings and the viability of selecting particular crops to grow. The Scenario Development Workshop provided us with rich perspectives about the types of issues that are of highest concern among key stakeholders in different parts of the region. Increasing scarcity of maize is a clear risk and concern, and underscores the urgency to implement interventions, particularly in areas affected by climate vulnerability or where agricultural policy is highly politicized or where food choices are limited. The friction between demand and the production and channels to meet that demand was also strongly noted, particularly the need for better market access to be able to facilitate this. This comes alongside the analytical work, which is useful in framing existing patterns, presenting plausible projections informed by realistic futures of biophysical constraints and socioeconomic narratives, and doing so in a global setting, which allows us to identify potential pressures externally that could also influence the region. So this combination was very useful in confronting difficult realities and futures, which is important when thinking about future scenarios, policies, and research. And that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time. I wish you a successful regional dialogue.
Let's give hands, please. I also would like to invite Professor Tafadzwa from University of Pretoria, Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems. Finally, I would like to invite Dr. Joseph Enagoli from National Planning Commission, Malawi. Thank you so much. So those are our three distinguished panelists. And we would like to open it up with Dr. Mujay. We note that ICRISAT is involved in a lot of research and innovations. So if you could please highlight some of the key research breakthroughs or innovations from ICRISAT that could significantly contribute to transform food systems in Africa, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So as ICRISAT, we have been key actually in the research, particularly in the dry lands. So one of the most important breakthroughs from ICRISAT is the setting up of a gene bank that conserves germplasm for your small grains. I think you heard from the previous, the keynote speaker, that the small grains are really key, particularly in light of climate change. So we have managed to establish 3 regional gene banks in Africa, in Zimbabwe, Niger, and Kenya, and we have another main one in India. So we conserve germplasm over 100,000 land races and breeding lines for the small grains. We also conserve germplasm for the legumes, your groundnut, your pigeon pea, your chickpea. So I think you were the first stakeholder to really support the release of small grains starting from 1985. Worldwide, we were the first to produce the sorghum. Then around 1991, we released also some pale millet varieties. So we have produced high-yielding small grains because the traditional grains, they are local. They really do well, particularly for African countries. So they are key for food systems. Without improving their genetic potential, you get around 1 ton, but these new improved open pollinated varieties and hybrids can go up to 8 tons. So that has really been a plus. We have also coupled these improved varieties with climate smart agricultural technologies, your in-field water harvesting technologies, and that has really been key. Also to say that we had a major breakthrough in which we released over 200 legume varieties and were even awarded the Africa Food Prize in 2021 for releasing those varieties and contributing to the improvement in livelihoods of over 25 million farmers across 13 countries. So I think that has really been the breakthrough, particularly from ICRISAT. So we have been involved also in building resilience of the farming systems and also linking these farmers to markets to really make sure that they've got improved livelihoods. That's largely we've been contributing to reducing the poverty and even making sure that there is a zero hunger within the developing countries, particularly for the dry lands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So maybe we'll get back to you again, particularly to look at the uptake in terms of these different innovations so that we can transform our food systems. But for now, I'd like to turn on to Professor Tafadzwa. We note that we have complex challenges with our food systems. So if you could please share with us how your transdisciplinary research at the University of Pretoria, how it integrates multiple disciplines in order to address these challenges.
Thank you very much. I think the first speaker in the previous session, my sister, gave a very good assessment of the complexity of food systems as well as the many areas that food systems need to inform or transform in terms of livelihoods, environmental management, health outcomes for people, poverty, inequality, and a lot of other things. Underlying those complexities that have always existed in Africa is you now have climate change, which is, acting as a multiplier effect in these systems, worsening the stressors. We've just emerged from El Nino in the region, which then further pushed people into hunger and poverty. Just before that, we had the pandemic, COVID-19, which seriously derailed any of the progress that had been made prior to that. So we've got all of these things that exist in different sectors, in different disciplines, and that have different actors. So when we talk of transdisciplinary research, which is what we are doing, is working across the range of sectors and working across the range of actors. So So it's not just us doing the science, it's us doing the science with policymakers, doing the science with practitioners, working with communities. An important part of how we do that research is beginning with everyone in the research. So it's not about us doing research over there and then coming back later to share what we have found. But we normally convene like this in these setups so that we build a shared understanding. We understand the problem together. Is the problem the same for all of us? Do we understand it the same? What are the different dimensions of that problem? Who do we need to work together with to address that problem? And our part as the university is, as a university, we are perceived as a neutral broker. We do not have a competing agenda with anyone. Some of you have competing agendas with yourselves, so you might not, like to work with each other because you are all looking for the same money from the same people, wanting to claim the same glory. We as the university do not have a competing agenda, so we have that neutrality which often helps us to convene these transdisciplinary research spaces and then work with all the partners. Addressing complexity really is about being able to have those multiple perspectives at the table. Because sitting alone, for example, I'm a crop scientist. My background is in water stress physiology. The thing I understand best is how to manage drought. But I do not understand nutrition, I don't understand health, I don't understand anthropology and so forth, which are all requisite and necessary. But if I sit on the table with those different people, they add those perspectives. So ultimately, the solutions that we come up with represent and address those multiple and diversity of problems. If we are sitting together with a policymaker, the policymaker is able to tell us in that instance what they are working on at a national level, what they are trying to address, and where they are struggling to solve problems. We can then position our research to support those national priorities and goals. So that's how we've been working and how we'll continue to engage.
I think this is great in terms of inclusivity, but I think one of the issues which came up earlier on was about private sector. If you could share your experiences in terms of inclusion of private sector with regards to this.
Yes, indeed. We've had some very positive response from the private sector, especially in the seed system space, where we've been advocating for diversification. My sister here will understand that a lot of the indigenous crops that we want to utilize as part of food systems diversification, one of the challenges is lack of seed systems and improved varieties. So we have been able to bring in private seed companies into that space. That's just one example. We've been able to bring in the private sector into our circular economy research, where they are commercializing various aspects of circular economy technologies and so forth. But the important thing again really is to engage with them and to understand that as a private sector, they are there to make money. And you are not coming to undermine their agenda to make money, but you are informing it to say you also have a responsibility to the community, which most private sector companies understand. They always have a corporate social responsibility. So how can we manage your responsibility to the communities that give you business so that you do your business in a manner that is sustainable and can sustain the people who also sustain you? So they're always engaging, but it's a matter of how you approach and engage.
Thank you so much. I think our two speakers, the panelists, have largely focused on generation of research. So National Planning Commission, Dr. Nagoli, if you could share with us how the National Planning Commission utilizes research insights to guide the food systems, policies and programs, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. Let me start by indicating that as Malawi, we have learned a lesson from our previous programming
to where we are with our new vision. That's the Malawi 2063. It's not a Malawi 2063 agenda. That's for the African Union. This is only Malawi 2063. The lesson basically is that I think we really need to come up with a knowledge-based economy. And we can only progress once we are led by evidence. So in our programming for our vision, but also our medium-term development plan, the issue is that let's look at research to drive our policies. Let's look at research that can actually enable us to make right choices. Let's have evidence that can make us actually prioritize. We become most cost-effective so that we can move more forward and more efficient. So as a nation, I think the first thing is basically what we're talking here about building up a system. And let me indicate again the importance of having maybe a research system where I think we need to be looking at research for what? So we have our plans, but I think these plans are defining our priorities. Then I think we need the research that needs to answer or provide solutions to the plans that we have. So one of the important pillars that we have in our plan is the agriculture, productivity, and commercialization. And this is very, very important. I think it tackles the whole food system from ideation to consumption. So all the process that goes around it, industrialization, mechanization, diversification, irrigation, and so forth. All these require research, and I think that's where we really need a lot of information, a lot of evidence in making sure we drive that pillar, which is very, very crucial for the development of this country. But I think one of the issues, again, looking at the system, is how do we bring all these researchers, all this evidence into one direction that can actually achieve what we want? And I think as a nation, what we did is to look at the areas that we have defined as our priorities and look at what sort of information do we require for us to actually progress. And we developed what we call a national research agenda. And we want researchers, both local and international, to basically look at that research agenda. I think that's how you can actually now influence policy. It's the research that now we can actually look into and directly influence policy, because we're influencing what as a nation we have prioritized and what a nation we have actually looked as the priorities for this country moving forward. So that's basically, I think, what we are looking at as research that can drive our plans for development. Thank you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe while you are there, Dr. Nagoli, what are some of the key challenges in bridging the gap between research and policy in Malawi, from your experiences as the National Planning Commission, especially within the context of food systems transformation?
I think number one, let me indicate about maybe systems governance. This is another important area that I think we are looking at as gap. We have a lot of research that is being done, a lot of information being gathered, but these are all in silos. It's not coming together, so we have not yet created the system itself. Secondly is the issue about investments. I think investments in new knowledge generation. Currently, I think our investment in R&D is slightly around 0.07. We need to push that to about maybe 2%. I think that's part of our plans. So all these are some of the issues that I think are really gaps. And the linkage itself, so we're talking about a system here. So once the system is not really built, then you have broken systems, which you are not linking very well from how research or information or evidence is linked to policies that we require for us to develop the country.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, turning back to Professor Tafadzwa, in terms of localization, why is it crucial for African researchers to address African problems with locally tailored solutions, and how are your experiences within the Center of Excellence?
Okay, thank you. I always like to give examples that are non-scientific. I think if you have a problem in your house, the best person to solve that problem in your house would be you. You can come and consult me or you can come afterwards when you've got a solution and maybe borrow money from me, but it is your initiative to solve the problem in your household. Now, the problem comes when I, sitting in my house, enjoying my supper, see that there's a problem in your house, and I define it. Then I come to your house, and I say, look, my friend, I think in your house there's a problem, and you are just in luck. I happen to have a solution. Here, try it out. I will lend you some money. Now, the fact that you on your own sitting in your house had not identified that problem means it might not be a problem in your household. The solution that I'm now giving you might not be relevant because maybe it was never a problem in your household. So that's why we talk of local solutions. They have to be locally led, because how people in a particular location perceive and understand a problem is unique to them and the lived experience that they are having with that problem. And the solution that will be applicable there is also very contextualized based on the resources available to them in that time and place. So they need to lead that local solution. Now, where we come in to support is to build the capacities at the local level to then implement these solutions and to scale these solutions. That is where we come in to help in terms of the research and understanding. As long as there is no local capacity to identify problems, to develop the solutions, and implement the solutions at a local level, then it's not going to be sustainable. So that's our research approach and our research ethos.
Thank you so much. Just turning back finally to Dr. Mujei, maybe if you can address the issue around the uptake in terms of the various innovations, and also share with us some of the emerging priorities within ICRISAT in terms of addressing this challenge of food systems in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, in terms of uptake, originally uptake was like on the lower side, but what stimulated, what is now stimulating the adoption of these new varieties, these new climate smart agriculture technologies would be mainly to align with national policies. So when countries align, we have got policies that are climate proofing all their operations. We have really seen an uptake of these technologies. A good example is Zimbabwe. I think the previous speaker who was here indicated they've got a climate proof input scheme where you are saying when you are distributing all your inputs, you are also including these small grains, you are also including these legumes, because your cereal legume would then contribute immensely to food security. So aligning to national policies has really helped in the uptake. So nations can really make sure that they climate proof their input schemes, they climate proof even their marketing schemes, to make sure that even these new small grains varieties, they've got nearly the same or even more a favorable price, market price, to make sure that farmers are really encouraged to adopt. The other thing that has also stimulated uptake is to respond to the needs of the farmers. So you see there's been an outcome in terms of nutrition, and this year we have responded to this by even breeding biofortified small grain varieties, and this has also helped to really boost the uptake of technologies. Then coming out to some emerging research priorities as well, we have seen that the challenges that are currently being faced by the food system, like the first keynote speaker spoke about a lot of food waste happening, a lot of greenhouse gas emissions coming also from the agricultural sector. So we have also seen new research coming around circularity, secularizing the production to make sure that farmers are adopting secular technologies that reduce greenhouse emissions. So having to policies that promote localize the productions within the farming communities, to reduce imports that are coming from outside, to reduce even food waste. We have also seen some research priorities around secularizing business models within the farming communities to make sure that they are the link, they are taking products from the farmers, they are processing it locally as well and reducing the imports. So policies that promote a localized value addition are also an emerging research area that will contribute to really sustainable food systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a big hand of applause to our panelists. So we spend the next 10 minutes to get any other questions from the floor, maybe by show of hands. Okay, I see two. Is that a hand that side? Yeah, okay, so two hands. Yes, please.
I'm Jeffrey Chavra from the Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences, MOBAS. It was just interesting. It was very interesting to note from the climate change modeling studies that were done by our colleagues who made the virtual presentation, that for the southern part of Africa, they would generally be drying up, and with the increasing temperatures and the like. You may wish to note that similar studies were done, I think, around 2000, and by Mike Hume at University of East Anglia at one of the centers of climate change. Now, the thing is, we at least now have a very clear idea of what is happening in our region. But I think we're doing very little in terms of adaptation. I think it still comes down to, we have these very beautiful adaptation strategies, but when you look at the implementation, there's really nothing that is happening. So I think the key issue that we should be thinking out seriously is that when we develop these policies, we should make sure that we do the implementation of these strategies. Another thing that you may wish to note is that, like last rainfall season was La Nina. The information came out from NOAA a long time. I think it was in February or thereabout, but there was very little that we did in order to take care of that particular situation. And now we have the La Nina. So what it is that we're going to have floods this year. What are we doing? So those are the just observations that I made.
Thank you so much. Yes, there. This one, I thought, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Simon from Kenya. I just want to follow up on the issues that the professor presented about the challenges facing research and policy. But I want to add the third arm, that maybe you may tell us what are the challenges that are facing the research, the policymakers, and the implementers of the same policy. And how can we be able to surmount them so that we are able to, whatever policies we make or whatever findings we come up with, how do we make sure that these policies and these research findings are implemented? Because the challenge we have currently is that there are so many research findings, so many policies that have been made, but in most cases they are gathering dust in some shelf somewhere and nothing is being done. And yet we're still suffering the same challenges we had of food security or food insecurity in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unless there is another fine. Oh, okay. Yes, please. Oh, it's taking it somewhere.
Thank you very much. My name is Mbai Chimonya from Summit, Zimbabwe. My question is directed to Professor Mabaudi. Your analogy on how, at the end of the day, I'm in my house and I peer over into my neighbor's house and I see the problems and I come with a solution to my neighbor to say that this is what you need to do. It kind of like took me to our current challenges that we're facing in research, where we have come up with so many innovations and technologies, and we talk about scaling. And we have a lot of things out there, but when we go into the rural areas, we go to the farmers that we say we want to assist, we don't see these technologies or innovations being practiced. So this is leading to my question. From your own experiences, you did mention that as the University of Pretoria, you are looking into scaling and seeing how this is actually going to then help policy and researchers bridging the gaps. What has been your experience? Have you ever worked on something, scaled it up, and reached impact?
Thank you. Next. Yeah, just the next. It's sorted out. Okay, all right. Let's have a final hand. It was here then.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Achille Okaya from Makerere University, Uganda. Mine goes to ICRISAT. It is a very good idea really to establish the gene banks, and I think that's one of the game changers. But I know very well that most of the seeds that are being preserved are the hybrids, and compared to our indigenous, seed varieties, which are very resilient and tasty. I don't know whether that is being put into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, okay, final hand there, then we should get back in the interest of time to manage the time.
Thank you. I'm Archibald Chikavanga from Zimbabwe. I'm a field practitioner in food security. So I think there's a question that has been asked in terms of local solutions. I want to share experiences in that we have invested in Zimbabwe in what we call community engagement processes or community visioning, where that investment took about 2 years or so in some localities, where we are generating solutions with the people that are facing specific context problems. And this has actually helped a lot in selecting the practices that suits those environments. So that's more of like sharing an experience with a question that has been asked. So in that process, they come up with what we are calling community action plans that also goes down to the individual household level, because there are unique problems within each household that may not necessarily be community level. Yes, we may look at them as community level problems, but each household, when we talk of resilience, is subjected to these shocks in different ways. So they have to generate solutions that speaks to the peculiar problems that they have. So each of the households that we are working with, they have what we call household level risk management plans. They identify the risk and solutions to the problems that they have. I just wanted to share a lesson there or an experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing those experiences. So perhaps in the interest of time, I think there was a general question around implementation, which was looking at adaptation. It was also looking at acting on research information as it emerges, I think from the El Nino experiences, and also how we look forward to the La Nina, and also challenges in terms of working with policymakers and implementers, and then adoption of technologies and resilient systems. So we'll just give each panelist about a minute to address the issues, and then we conclude on that note. Yeah, so we start with Dr. Mujai, that side.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I'll quickly respond to your worry on your traditional, the locally adapted varieties. So maybe I'll just highlight to say that 80% of the material in our gene bank are actually land races. So these are native to these areas. So even if there is a flood and a community has lost, a certain country has lost all their germplasm, they can recover it from the gene banks. So I think that's a backup, particularly for the communities and good for the food systems. Then maybe just a contribution on a lack of collaborating, having some technologies that are just on the shelf and not going to the communities. So you realize that it is very important for the agriculture knowledge and innovation systems to really collaborate. Your researchers, when they've got a technology that has been done in a participatory manner with the communities, once it's approved, the extension can really be involved. The government extension, your NGOs can really now scale it up in collaboration even with other private sector players, because we are saying whole other players are also needed, maybe for mechanization. So I think collaboration will really be key to make sure that there are no shelf technologies, and to make sure that it's just done in a participatory manner. If the technology is farmer-centric, then it's bound to be adopted by the farmers. If the technology is also targeting maybe the private sector, somehow it should be market-oriented as well. I think that will help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll speak to two issues. The first on climate change adaptation, preparedness, and finance. And the second one on how do we bridge the science policy practice gaps, or what we are doing. On the issue of climate change adaptation, the reality is we do not have the right, or we don't have the money to deal with the problem at the scale of the problem. So across Africa, there is no government that actually has the financial muscle to respond to the issue of climate change at the level that is required, because there's need for huge public investments in new infrastructure, strengthening existing infrastructure, reskilling people, and so many other things, of which there is no money to do those things. There are significant challenges in countries accessing global climate finance. So whilst there is global climate finance through GCF, Adaptation Fund, GEF, and other organizations, it's very difficult to access those funds. The processes for accreditation, the number of accredited entities in Africa is very small. Also, the time it takes. I wrote South Africa's first Adaptation Fund project. We started writing it in 2011. The project started in 2015, 5 years later. In 2018, I wrote a concept note for the Green Climate Fund. Only this year, we are starting to write the full funding proposal. The project may start in 2026. So the time it takes also, and the capacity to write it, the level of science sometimes that is needed to establish the rationale and so forth. Not all countries have that capacity. So that is a challenge. And I think part of what we need to do, maybe at a regional level, is to create centers of excellence that can harness this capacity and then support member states to be able to access climate finance, and also to engage with the funders in order to expedite or reduce these time lags. In terms of bridging the science policy practice interface, a major problem in bridging that interface is also a lack of capacity. So we don't have people that have the requisite skills to actually work across those different sectors. So a major answer to that is building the capacity. He talked about systems. We have not always, and we are still not training undergraduate students from a systems perspectives. So they don't understand systems, they can't work across systems, they go into government as officials, they can't integrate across. So it's a matter of building the right sort of capacity. We have what we call complex or wicked challenges, and I like to say that we need to raise a generation of wicked scientists who can actually deal with these wicked problems. So that would be my answer to that.
Finally, Dr. Nagoli.
Thank you so much. I wanted to basically talk around the issue about, I think, generating local solutions to local problems. Coming from a research background, I know how much information is around there. I think some people have talked about a lot of research that is gathering dust. At the same time, I think policymakers like now where I am, we are also looking for evidence. So there is that mismatch where there is information. At the same time, I think policymakers are also looking for evidence. I think what is actually now the problem is how are we trying to do research that basically provides solutions to local priorities? And I think that's maybe the challenge that all of us have to undertake. And I think that's the whole issue about collaboration. That's the whole issue about discussing. That's the whole issue about conversing on what are really the issues and how can one enable to take a role in establishing a niche in terms of solving local problems. What we have tried now in Malawi is basically, once we developed our research agenda, is basically now to work around with all universities, with all research providers, to basically isolate areas that they can undertake to solve local problems. And I must say that I think things have started happening. We have universities that are responding very well to the national research agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Things have begun to happen. Things are happening. A big hand of applause to our panelists as they move back to their respective seats. I'm sure they deserve much more than what you. So at this point, as we conclude, I would like to invite our two distinguished speakers to do some final reflections and also focus on policy implications. I would like to invite Dr. Jezire from the Agricultural Research Council of South Africa. If you could please make your way. A hand of applause to her. I also would like to invite Dr. Dlamini from Kadesa. If you could please make your way, please. Thank you so much. So those are our speakers. So maybe we can manage about 4 minutes each. Max, if that works for you, I'm sure it will work for you. So we give the floor to Dr. Jezire.
Good afternoon. After listening to everything that has been said and how different countries have conducive policy environments and so on, but still everybody is saying we should have these policies. So it's quite a contra to me. So what I would like to just to highlight is that we do have policies as different countries, but I think what we're crying for is how do we work together to implement the different policies across the region. For example, with the issue of climate change, all the answers are in this room. We all have the strategies, we have implemented them, we know they work, but just like neighbors who are behaving badly, we are trying to find a way, to influence each other so that when a catastrophe occurs, we are able to help each other and be able to deal with whatever the current catastrophe, be it drought or flooding. So for me, I think the major thing that we have to find or the major thing we have to focus on is how to work together and how to defeat this invisible hand that is dividing us. If you indulge me, you know, there's a favorite story in the Bible about the Tower of Babel. You remember it, right? Yes. So in that story, these people work together, you know, to build the tower to go up to the heaven. And God, seeing that if these people will work together like this, they will come up and overpower them in heaven, right? And so he divided them. So we really need to find a way to work together, because working together is a good thing, and we will achieve, you know, we will achieve all the things we want to achieve. It's a fact. We have to find a way of collaborating, of making all of these R&D outcomes or policies that are already implemented or being implemented. We have to find a way to see how we work together to achieve what we know we can achieve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Jamin.
Thank you, program moderator. First of all, I would like to thank Fanrpan for inviting CADESA and the other organizations. This is a very important event. I'm going to talk from a CADESA perspective. Since morning, we've had very enriching presentations and discussions. We appreciate that very much. Our observation as CADESA is that policies do exist, strategies do exist, the laws do exist, but the policy-making process, which has got stages, we haven't seen countries following the policy-making processes to the extent that all the stages invite all the key stakeholders that are supposed to sit there. From the time when a problem was, sometimes or most of the time a policy starts with a problem. We haven't seen stakeholders converging rather, to discuss and analyze the problem. You find that maybe researchers discuss the problem, or the policymakers themselves through senior government officials discuss the problem. But we want to see the problem being discussed by the multi-stakeholders to start with. And then for multi-stakeholders to be present in all the stages of the policy-making process. That is the first observation, which will come as a recommendation at the same time. And the science policy interface, which has been talked about for a long time in Africa and in Southern Africa for that matter, we are not seeing that. There's a distance, a big gap or distance between the scientists and the policymakers. We don't know when they meet. There's a big gap there. The scientist is there. There's a certain professor of mine that is distinguished who clearly said most of the time academics, they aim for publications and promotions, which is good. And then you find that that now translates to the policies that we have. It means most of the policies are not evidence-based. And most of we need evidence-based policies. That is when the scientists work closely with the policymakers. We need policy-driven research as well. The research that is going on is for personal development sometimes, for getting funding from donors. But we want to see policy-driven research that will transform the agriculture sector in our continent. The other critical issues here were about food in agriculture and then climate change. We need to understand the political economy of food in its entirety. We also need to understand the political economy of climate change, Because the way we understand climate change, we don't dive deep to the political economy of climate change. Even in terms of the agri-food systems, we have to understand the political economy of food. That is how then we can deal with our research and development in transforming agriculture effectively. The other issue, before I finish my time, I think since morning I have not heard anyone talking about scaling in terms of the scaling framework. Scaling has got 3 levels if we want scaling to be effective. Number 1 is the common one, which we always think about, scaling out. That is reaching large numbers with technology and innovation, scaling out. The other 2 levels of scaling, if you omit them, and you often omit them, then we don't see any transformation. There is scaling up. Scaling up is aiming to influence and change policy, laws, and institutions. That is scaling up. Because the first one is scaling out when you reach numbers. Then the other critical one, which is the third one, is scaling deep. When you scale deep, you want to influence cultures and traditions. You know, the continent has got very strong and resistant cultures to change sometimes. So when you do scaling, you should consider scaling deep. You talk to the tradition to change the minds of the traditionalists, the minds of the laggards. So when you talk about scaling from a career perspective, we want to approach it from scaling out, scaling up, and scaling deep. Then you can win. Maybe for now, that is where I can end.
Thank you so much. A big hand of applause to Dr. Jezire and Dr. Jamini as they make their way back to their respective seats. So I think just to summarize that it's been a very great session looking at research and innovations as they relate to transformation of our food systems. I think there have been a lot of key messages which have emerged. One around a good story in terms of the improvements with regards to uptake of the various innovations, and also the importance of alignment with our national policies, and also making sure that our research is responding to farmers' needs. A whole range of issues around the importance of localization and also importance of inclusivity in terms of research and policy processes, and also the importance of collaboration and working together as we address these challenges, including the importance of building capacity at the local level, and also importance in terms of looking at systems, investments in research and development, importance of evidence, and also political economy issues as we scale out, scale up, and also scale deep, you said, isn't it? Thank you so much. So a big hand of applause to everybody who participated in this session. So our distinguished guests, this marks the end of the session. I'd like to take it back to the chief moderator or the secretariat so that they can provide guidance in terms of how we move forward from this point.
Thank you very much, everyone. A big round of applause, and it was a very wonderful morning. So I think that's marked the end of our session for the morning. We are now going to lunch. Everyone, please make sure you have a voucher, lunch voucher. And then our lunch will be, some of the team from Fanrpan will guide you to the lunch place. It's at the main foyer, which is on my right. upstairs. There is a long walk there going up, but yeah, please make sure if you don't have your lunch voucher, our team will be happy to share with you. So enjoy your lunch, and we will reconvene for the parallel session after lunch. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. You may enjoy your lunch. standing on the back, please take your seat. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you had your 1 hour, 1 hour, moment. Okay. All right. So this afternoon we are having a session, 4 parallel session actually. They will be, for this afternoon, it's gonna be focusing on the food system transformation in a changing climate. So we will have 4 parallel sessions going on from for an hour and a half. We are coming back here at 3:30 to have then after that bring it all together. So the rooms, we will have our team guiding you to the different sessions. One will be here, and one will be in a building on my right here. So the parallel session, the first one will be on climate futures and impact on irrigation. Oops. Okay. I think I missed the third. Okay, all right. The session 2 is on food system mapping session. The session 3 will be on women's empowerment in agricultural change and dietary transition, unraveling the connection and disconnection within policy and practice to enhance women's role in agricultural transformation in Malawi, Tanzania, and Zambia. And the 4th one will be on evidence-based policy pathways for climate actions. So we are going to ask then, I think this session is with our FOSTA project team. We're going to have then the 4 sessions. So if I can ask everyone, we will have 50, since we are 200, we will have 50 in this room and 50 in all other rooms. So I will invite everyone to join one session, please. Thank you. Our team will guide you to the session. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Can I have wellness, happiness, Christopher, and Selena, please come in here. Yes. So after the sessions, there will be a bring it out together where we'll have someone from the session reporting back here on the bring it all together, which will be facilitated by Prof. Arkileo Kaya. So we will have Christopher, happiness, wellness, and Selena. Christopher will remain here at the room, and then happiness will guide you to Mafumo room. Wellness is going to guide you to Tiwa Tiwa room, and then Selena is going to guide you to the 4th room, which is a bit challenging for me to pronounce, but she will guide you there. It's next to Tiwa Tiwa room. Thank you. Okay, to facilitate thing, I'm going just to ask you are room 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you just go to where it is, okay? Okay, so this chair is going to Mbidzi. Mbidzi is this one. This one is going to Tiwa Tiwa. This room is Mafumo. This room is the one I cannot pronounce. So this one, Mbidzi, Tiwa Tiwa, Tiwa Tiwa. This group, Mafumo. This one, that fourth one I cannot pronounce. Mbidzi, Mafumo, Tiwa Tiwa. The fourth one. Mbidzi, Mafumo, Tiwa Tiwa. That other one. Thank you. Next to Tiwa Tiwa. Mbidzi, Mafumo, Tiwa Tiwa. And next to Tiwa Tiwa. Mbidzi, Mafumo. I think we are good. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yes. Mbidzi, the first room will discuss on the first parallel session. Which will be on the climate futures and impact on irrigation. Tiwa Tiwa group will discuss on food system mapping session. Mafumo group will discuss on women's empowerment in agricultural change. And the next one that I can't pronounce is, we'll discuss on evidence-based policy pathways for climate action. All right, everyone. Tiwa Tiwa team, Mafumo team, the room next to Tiwa Tiwa team, please join your group. We will meet here at 3:30. Thank you. Which room are you? The fourth room is next to Tiwa Tiwa. Yes, we are coming. Please go on the. I'm going there as well to facilitate.
I think the people remaining here are those attending the Climate Futures session. Climate Futures and impacts on irrigation. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. climate futures, climate futures and impacts on irrigation. I think I think it's the first on the program. Yeah. I'm great, thanks, sorry. Hello. So, like I said, that for this session we are going to discuss climate futures and impacts on irrigation. My name is Emmanuel Likoya. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow on the Foster Health Project, and I will be the one leading this session. So, what's going to happen is that I'm going to make a presentation reflecting on some of the highlights from studies that we have done in the past and studies that are ongoing, studies that led up to the development of the concept or the scope that we are exploring under the Foster Health Project for that specific component. And then we are going to, the presentation is going to mainly focus on climate risk, giving a global and regional perspective, and then narrowing it down to give the picture for Malawi. And then we are also going to look at the interface between climate risk and irrigation development, focusing on current climate, and then looking at risk from a future climate point of view. So we're just working on the modalities of getting the presentation online so that we can get started. So after the presentation, I will ask us to go into groups, or we can just sit as we are sat, and then maybe we can merge some of the tables so that we can discuss. There is 3 or 4 questions that are going to guide our discussion. The idea there is to try and get views from various stakeholders in terms of their perceptions of climate risk and its interface with irrigation development, and then come up with recommendations on how we can facilitate climate smart irrigation development, because in most cases the narrative is around developing irrigation as a way of navigating impacts of climate change on agriculture, but in the process we overlook the impacts of climate change on irrigation itself. Therefore, we want to try and see how best we can conceive irrigation developments so that we are able, so that they are able to attain their goals without creating a whole range of new vulnerabilities, as we know with the case with maladaptation in a changing climate. So I'll just now try and share the presentation so that we can get started. All right, so I think as I highlighted the main emphasis or the agenda for this session is for us to try and reflect or look at different futures in terms of climate scenarios, and then look at how that may present opportunities or threats for irrigation development based on a modeling perspective of the interface between climate risk and irrigation development. But also I'm going to give a few examples in terms of real-world examples, given our experiences when we go around visiting farmers in various irrigation schemes. So I'll start this conversation by first of all looking at why should we be having a conversation on climate futures and irrigation development. This is from Malawi, but I believe that it also speaks to a lot of context as far as sub-Saharan African agricultural and irrigation development is concerned. I think there is a whole narrative or belief or perspective that most of the failings in the agricultural sector can be attributed to the fact that maybe we are too dependent on rain-fed agricultural system. And there is also a widely held belief that irrigation development would present the most prominent route in as far as navigating the impacts of climate change on agriculture is concerned. And in most cases, or in government policies, or in donor-supported projects, climate change or climate risk is usually given as a key rationale to development of irrigation schemes or transformation of landscapes to support more irrigation farming. In Malawi, we have a number of flagship policies and projects, one of which include the Green Belt Initiative, which I think was conceptualized in the late noughties to the early 2010s. The takeoff has faced a few challenges that relates to resourcing as well as issues of politics. But it is one of the policies that is central to irrigation and agricultural development in Malawi. We also have the Shile Valley Transformation Program, which is a massive irrigation development program that is taking place in the lower Shile Valley. That is just to highlight the few major or a couple of major irrigation development policies and projects, but there is a wide range of other irrigation developments that are being facilitated by both government as well as development partners. And perhaps if our economists could do maybe an analysis, we would find that the budgetary and resource allocation towards irrigation development is probably maybe only topped by the agricultural input subsidy program. But to what extent do we envision irrigation being a catalyst for resilient food systems transformation, especially in a changing climate? And this is a key question because in most cases, the rationale for development of irrigation schemes is bordered around climate change, but would irrigation itself stand the test of climate change? So I will start by giving a global and regional perspective of the climate emergency, and I think now the consensus is only growing with assessment report after assessment reports. And on the left of the screen is results from the 5th assessment report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And then on the right is results from the 6th assessment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And what these things do is that they only reinforce the evidence of changing climates across the world with some regional disparities, especially in relation to changes in rainfall. And I think one gentleman asked a question in one of the sessions in the morning to say these assessments have been done from the works of Mike Lume in the late 90s to the early noughties, as well as all the assessments reports that have taken place that have just reinforced the evidence that for Southern Africa, we may be headed for a drier future. In terms of Malawi, there is work that we have done has highlighted that there is steady temperature increase over the course of the 21st century, which is going to lead to significant changes in mean temperatures across the country. And this change is significant and well above the global mean. In terms of irrigation, this has massive implications because it means that it's going to affect potential and actual evapotranspiration, as well as crop water requirements, which then determines the amount of water that would be required to irrigate crops. In terms of rainfall, the picture is quite uncertain. So for Malawi, we get clarity for the southern part of Malawi, where the drying signal is quite pronounced, as well as significant and robust across a range of climate models. We also get a hint of wetting across the north, which creates sort of a north-south contrast in terms of the projected changes in mean annual rainfall across Malawi. And this picture is consistent with regional patterns where areas south of Malawi, which includes most of subtropical southern Africa, are projected to become drier, while to the east, it is projected that it might become wetter as the intertropical convergence zone goes further north in a warmer climate. And what does this mean in terms of irrigation? It also means that because we are getting less rainfall, especially in the southern part of Malawi, it may mean that there is need to irrigate more to be able to meet irrigation water demand. And this is not just from a projections point of view. These changes are being experienced. 2023, we lived a year of records. As of this time last year, the world was headed to, or had experienced its warmest month. I think July was the warmest month on records as of this time last year. The same was the picture for Malawi. We had experienced one of the warmest winters, and this was en route to one of the most anomalous rainfall seasons that could, of course, be attributed to the impact of the strong El Nino that we experienced last year, that led to record drying over the southern part of Malawi, as the graph on the bottom panel shows. But also areas to the north, close to Tanzania, we experienced records amount of rainfall, which led to increasing lake levels in Lake Malawi and flooding in areas along the shores of the lake. But then this may mean a lot of things for a lot of sectors. And I think for us to be able to understand the impacts of climate change, we have to appreciate the fact that the impacts of climate change are place-based, as is also the case with the action that is supposed to be put in place to manage the impacts of climate change. Therefore, to put these things into context, one of the things, or one of the studies that we did, was to examine the impacts of climate variability and projected changes in climate on irrigation across 5 river basins in Malawi, using a hydrological or agrometeorological model that is called Soil and Water Assessment 2. And what we see is that patterns of irrigation water demand are reflective of the seasonality in terms of the river basin characteristics, which is mainly driven by the strong seasonality in terms of Malawian rainfall. And because of the characteristics of the rocks or the aquifers that underlie the river basins in Malawi, the rate of recharge of the aquifers is not that much. So in most cases, the variability of stream flow is strongly related to variability in rainfall. In that during the dry season, there is a significant reduction in stream flow, which may mean the water that is available to meet irrigation targets. And in the wet season, which is usually between November and April, there is then a repronunciation of the stream flows as the rainfall picks up. We examined the incidences where irrigation water demand may be pronounced as a result of anomalous rainfall, which may be attributed to meteorological droughts, for instance. And the red, the areas that are highlighted in red, incidences where there is an episodic spike in irrigation water demand, in that the irrigation water demand for those particular months is anomalously higher than the average irrigation water demand. And what we notice is that during such spikes or incidences of pronounced irrigation water demand, there is a tendency of such periods to coincide with periods when stream flow, which is one of the main sources of water for irrigation, is also significantly pronounced. This is because of, as I highlighted, that the rocks that underlie most of the basins in Malawi do not allow for faster recharge of aquifers. Therefore, once you have a reduction in rainfall, it may also mean an immediate reduction in stream flow. So there is no buffer in terms of the change in rainfall leading to the change in stream flow. So in most cases, what would this mean for irrigation development? while we may say that yes, there are irrigation gains or there are gains that are associated with irrigation, and from experience we know this, but there is also an underlying risk from the fact that during periods when we need more water to irrigate, it is also during the same periods when we do not have enough water to irrigate. And in most cases, the limited water supply that we have may mean that there is also pronounced competition for the water resources, because we do not need the water just for irrigation. There is need for the same water to sustain downstream ecosystems. There is need for the same water to support hydroelectric production, especially for Malawi, where most of our electricity is hydro. We then ran projections to see what the impacts of projected changes in temperature and rainfall would be on irrigation water demand. And we see that even for river basins in the northern parts of Malawi, where there is a hint of wetting, it is projected that irrigation water demand is going to increase. This is mainly because of the fact that there is the uniform increase in terms of temperature, which then leads to the subsequent increase in potential evapotranspiration, and then the subsequent increase in the amount of water that would be required to meet crop water requirements. For basins in the southern part of Malawi, which would be the Upper Shire River Basin, the combined impact of projected increase in rainfall projected increase in temperature, and then the projected decrease in rainfall lead to even more pronounced irrigation water demand. And there is actual consistency in terms of the seasons. So the changes in irrigation water demand projected to increase both for the summer season, which is during the season when most of the crop water requirements are actually met by rainfall, as well as during the winter season when irrigation is the main source of water to meet irrigation water demand. And then from a demand point of view, that is the picture, but also from a supply point of view, we noticed that because of the characteristics of our river basins and the lack of buffer to allow for a smooth or a delayed transition from diminished rainfall to diminished stream flow, there is high sensitivity of stream flow to projected changes in rainfall. One of the studies that was done by one of my supervisors, Dr. AJ Bav in Leeds, also looked at competing demands for water resources. And they looked at this from a point of view where they compared demand of water resources for irrigation targets using the Shire Valley Transformation Program as a case study, and then hydropower generation, as well as environmental flow requirements to sustain the Elephant Marsh, which is a Ramsar designated site at the downstream of the Shire River. And different stakeholders have different perspectives in terms of what risks associated with reduced outflow from Lake Malawi, which may mean reduced stream flow in the Shire River Basin, may mean for those various targets with regards to water resources. And now we are using the information that we have generated from these studies to look at, or to extend our focus to look at some of the fragile catchments or fragile ecosystems in Malawi. And for the work that we are doing in foster health, we are going to compare the findings from the previous studies, but also build on that to look at or to compare with the Lake Jura Basin. And the Lake Jura Basin is quite critical for Malawi because it is also a Ramsar designated site, and there is proof of it drying. So you may look at the map there. This is, I don't think my pointer is working, but this is Lake Jura. So not more than 6-7 years ago, that whole lake dried up, and people would walk from one side of the lake, which is Malawi, to Tanzania, an area where they usually use boats to get from one side of the lake to the other, they would actually cycle on that area. So there is evidence of these risks or these extremes taking place during our times, and now we just want to see, with the projected future climate risk, what would the implication be for irrigation development? What is the constraint for developing irrigation upstream of such a catchment? Now, these issues are not just from a modeling perspective, but I will not go into as much detail in terms of the experiences that we have lived, but I will just highlight with regards to 3 cases. In the first case here, so this is one irrigation scheme in Zomba district, which is south of here for those that are not from Malawi. And the irrigation scheme uses solar pumps. I think is one of the most popular interventions by development partners these days. And that irrigation scheme was installed with the view that it would support 105 farmers over an area of 17 hectares. 3 years down the line, it would only support 56 farmers because they would not pump enough water to meet the irrigation targets. As of last year, around this time last year, it would only support 26 farmers. Again, the reason being that it would not pump enough water to support that big an area to sustain production for 56 farmers. However, the farmers themselves are starting to understand the impacts of these changes. And I'm not sure if it's clear enough, but as you may see here, that after preparing the land, the farmers are now using mulch to make sure that they conserve moisture, both that which is residual from the previous rainfall season, but also that which they supply to the fields through irrigation. In the middle is, I think about 3 weeks ago, we visited Salima. Salima is one of the lakeshore districts, one of the districts that has been affected by the flooding of the lake shores as a result of the anomalously high rainfall that was received in Eastern African part that contributes to Lake Malawi as well as the northern areas. And that structure in the picture on top is the pump house. So it was constructed with the view that it was far enough from the lake, but now the whole structure has been submerged. And now farmers are not able to irrigate an area of up to, I think, 400 hectares. For those that are familiar with Salima, that is Lifu irrigation scheme. And it's one of the key irrigation schemes because it is attached to a research station and they do research in like new varieties and the like. On the bottom, it is also Salima, where another pump was also submerged as a result of flooding along the lake. But I think initially when they are designing and planning these things, they had not foreseen the fact that the lake levels would rise high enough to affect the structure. And then on the right there is just a case of a drought where farmers were not able to fully irrigate across the irrigation scheme. So this being a policy dialogue, what opportunities are there for us to be able to integrate this information into policy? One of the studies that we did was to look at various policies in the irrigation, agriculture, water, climate, as well as cross-cutting policies from the year 2000 to 2021. And of course, what we appreciate is the fact that policies and the extent to which they integrate evidence of climate change is all a product of their time. So with the increasing evidence, or as more evidence of the climate emergency becomes available, there is also, I think, a conspicuous presence of the issues of climate change in such policies. But one thing that we note is that for the interface in terms of irrigation and climate, most of the narrative is that climate change presents a rationale for irrigation development because irrigation is an adaptation strategy. There is less emphasis in looking at climate change as imposing constraints and threats to irrigation development. So there is a risk there that we may just develop our irrigation landscapes anyhow without considering the threats that may be imposed by climate change. There is emerging evidence that is inspiring us and policymakers to uptake climate smart strategies for sustainable and resilient irrigation landscapes. I think if colleagues from CARE were around, I was going to blow their trumpet, but I think they are facilitating another session on gender and food systems transformation. But this is one of the projects that they are implementing, I think in Mangochi district. And they are now starting to look at beyond just developing irrigation landscapes or irrigation schemes, but they're looking at how can we take a catchment-wide approach to make sure that there is a sort of measure in terms of efforts to develop irrigation schemes as well as efforts to conserve catchments. So they are able to put in structures that allow rainwater harvesting that may offset irrigation water demand and ensure that maybe there is less demand for water resources for irrigation for periods when there is low flow, but also to ensure that meeting irrigation targets does not jeopardize demands for water resources downstream of those irrigation schemes. So I wanted us to pause here and use, I think, all the information that I've tried and highlight to discuss in groups. I'm not sure how we are doing on time because the session I think already started 30 minutes late. But I had prepared like a set of 4 questions. Maybe what we could agree would be to have one group discuss maybe 2 questions, and then another group discuss 2 questions, rather than each group discuss all the questions. So one of the things that I want us to look at, given a list of different uses and priorities of water resources, which one gets first priority over others, and rank the rest in descending order. So I want in your group to think about the different uses of water resources, be it irrigation, energy, transport, tourism, supporting ecosystems. So I want you to come up with a list of all those uses. And I also want you to rank them. And how I pictured this was that maybe we would sit in a room with people with different interests, and everyone has to bring their interests in that discussion. So I want you to also reflect on how easy it was to get to agree in terms of what gets the priority in terms of water uses. If it's not irrigation, why not irrigation? If it's irrigation that gets first priority, why irrigation? And the second question is, given non-climate risks for agriculture, how big and important a risk for irrigation is climate change compared to other risks? So in your group, also given maybe experiences and how you interact with irrigation development, I would also want you to look at how climate change is actually an important risk factor in irrigation development. If it's important at all, or is it capital, or is it general environmental degradation, or what other risks would you think are more important than climate change? Or if climate change is the most important risk, why is it the most important risk relative to other risk factors for irrigation development? I would also want you to highlight in the reporting back session how easy it was for you to get to agree in terms of the importance of those risk factors. And given known and anticipated gains from irrigation in a future where climate change and population growth put pressure on water resources, what investment would you prioritize to ensure that water resources are efficiently used to meet competing demands. In case of irrigation, please highlight which crops should be prioritized. Because in most cases, we talk about irrigation without really maybe thinking about what crop are we considering with this irrigation investment for Malawi. Is it, are we developing this to support maize as a traditional crop, or are we developing these irrigation landscapes to support diversification towards other crops? And then the most important question maybe for going away from this session is how can irrigation be made more climate smart? And what opportunities and challenges are there in governing policies? So I think with the interest of time, maybe if we could have 4 groups, and then each group would discuss question 1 and question 4, and then the other groups would split the groups that 2 groups will discuss question 2, and then 2 groups will discuss question 3, just in the interest of time, so that all groups do not spend time discussing all the 4 questions. I'm not sure if there are any questions regarding the presentation or any questions regarding the group discussion that you would like me to highlight on or put clarity on. I think we can just say that this table, or that at the back, can merge into one group. Yeah. And then I think this table, or this table can be one group. And then I think we'll ask some of the colleagues to join. And then this table can also be one group. And then we'll ask some other colleagues to join. And then we'll have a final group. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we can make the groups first, and then I'll go around to ask. Yeah. So I think for those at the back, if we would just join this table so that we have one group. I think you may want to join this group. So I think I would designate the groups as Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, and Group 4. So
So now I can. Should I go on? Okay, thanks. Group one was we looked at point number 1, and we came up with 4 priority areas. The first area was aquaculture. The second was irrigation. And the third was energy, then transportation. So reason we chose to prioritize aquaculture as number 1 was that we're looking at the existence of nature and people, that they are the priorities who need water very much. We cannot exist without water. Again, the different animals on planet, they cannot exist without water. Hence, we in terms of the chronology now, it was aqua. And we also discuss on the aqua side the importance of building dams that enhances in raising up the water tables in the different areas where a number of dams have been built. So I want to jump to the irrigation. Why we decided to prioritize it as number 2 was that our livelihoods are highly dependent on food and other things that we need from irrigation. So hence we chose irrigation because we live now in where we've got the different seasons where you can't survive only relying on rainfall water. So you have to keep the agricultural sector growing through the irrigation process. Then our number 3 was energy. Yes, we have so many reasons of choosing energy as our number 3 in the priority list, because I would say, yes, there are so many people who are feeling that we should be moving to solar energy compared to water that we use to produce electricity. But looking at the cost now, implications of installing the solar energy, they are quite high. Hence, we feel still water usage in the generation of energy is quite important, because it's much cheaper and more convenient and readily available in different communities. Then lastly, touched on transportation. The reason we shifted transportation on the water usage was most of now we rely on imports and use water it's the cheaper mode of transporting the different goods all over the world to the different destinations where we are. So it is important, but we can live without relying on imports and that water from imports. as long as we use the water that we have in our different communities where we are. Let me end, but I'm not ending because I want few additions if they are there from my group.
Okay, that's quite interesting. That's there are people who think that we should not prioritize irrigation over other water uses. Is there a similar case among these tables where irrigation is not top priority? Where irrigation is not top priority? Yeah, which one did you prioritize?
The first one was water supply. Sure, yeah, and then the second was agriculture. The third was energy, just like them. Sure.
Did you prioritize irrigation?
I think our group considered water for domestic use because people have to live first before we can begin to think about feeding them. Education was number 3. Number 2 was energy. The idea behind that, maybe just a reflection, is that you can harvest water downstream and use it for irrigation and other purposes after energy.
But initially we had put irrigation as number 2, but after kind of then we shifted it to 3. Yeah.
Last a final round of questions just to reflect on how easy this process was in terms of getting to consensus. Did you have the same in terms of the priorities?
Yeah, our group did not really differ from these ones. Our number 1 was domestic. Irrigation came on number 4. Yeah.
What was the top 3?
The top 3 was livestock use, and then industrialization. Yeah, because we thought energy and industrialization.
All right, we'll pass on the mic to group number 2, but I think an interesting point that was raised in group number 1 was from our colleague from SADC, who highlighted on the importance of looking at the water, energy, food, the water, energy, food, environment nexus, where you can develop water resources to support a wide range of things, not really having to isolate. But I think still one of the things that I wanted to probe was as to when you run into a situation where you have a problem of water scarcity, what do you prioritize on that water resource? What do you forego to meet certain goals? And I think that's where I think they started to be in a position to be prioritizing. So number 2, who is speaking on behalf?
Okay, thank you. In group 2, we discussed a number of risks associated with agriculture and irrigation. One of the risks was, of course, climate change, because of the risk of waterlogging, washing away of crops and animals, including the risk of flooding, destroying infrastructure, including irrigation infrastructure, and the possibility of drought. Secondly, we discussed conflict, where we said there is a possibility of sabotage when there is conflict, including that during conflict situation there may be forced migration where people are displaced and therefore becoming more vulnerable. Thirdly, we discussed political risks, where we considered the risk of fallout between 2 countries that have a water sharing agreement, and therefore they can cut off the other country. Fourth was growing population, in terms of which we thought that growing population exerts pressure on the water catchment. And we have also observed some wetlands reclamation where there's people now deciding to settle on wetlands instead of allowing wetlands to recharge the water system. 5 was salinization. 6, costs and financial considerations such as the rising cost of irrigation. And then there was migration, rural-urban migration, and then there was pollution, where we considered that pollution may lead to high maintenance of irrigation infrastructure, and also that high pollutants might make water not to be conducive for crops and animal consumption. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have a group that does acknowledge the risks that climate change poses on irrigation development against a background of a myriad of other risk factors. Do we have different views, at least in terms of the prioritization, or a group that thought there is a more important, or there are more important risks than climate change? I think you were discussing 2 as well, right? Did you did not discuss in detail? Okay. All right. So since I think that was the shared question, I will give a chance to who is speaking for group 3.
Yes. So in group 3, the first part of the question, given known and anticipated gains from irrigation in a future where climate change and population growth put pressure on water resources, what investment would you prioritize to ensure that water resources are efficiently used to meet competing demands? So in our group, we thought that investing in recycling technologies will be one of the investment that we'll make. And then investment in rainwater harvesting, that's infield water catchment areas, and just having like trenches within the field, I think for the purpose of crop production. Then we also thought that investment in research and development, particularly utilization of local land races, those are local or indigenous crops, because they are kind of drought tolerant. This will also be another investment to make. So I think for the first part of the question, we agreed on this. And then the second part, in case of irrigation, please highlight which crops should be prioritized. And here, I think it was a bit challenging to reach a decision. We actually didn't reach a decision on which crops to pick, but we debated around either having high market value crops to be irrigated in a sense that you can always sell those crops, and if buy food from other producers. And then I think someone else thought that irrigating maize will be something better, but then there was that nutritional aspect of maize, like why have maize that is high on calorie and low on nutrition. And then there was also so there was the aspect of market and also the perishability, like why invest in high market crops, at the end of it they will be highly perishable, and you end up maybe not selling them at the price that you wanted to sell, or maybe you end up having a flooded market and not obtaining the returns that you wanted. So we just kind of left it at that. So we had all those divergent views about the crops to prioritize on investment.
Thanks a lot. I think now we can appreciate how difficult this must be in terms of reaching consensus on these decisions. In the interest of time, I'll give a chance to this group to highlight what they have on question 4.
Okay, the first part of question 4 required us to discuss how can irrigation be made more climate smart. So we talked about 2 key areas, which is water conservation technologies and water use efficiency. On water conservation technologies, we talked about issues to do with water harvesting, avoiding soil erosion, and the like. On water use efficiency, we talked of issues of precision irrigation so that the water is being used for the right purpose, but also irrigation scheduling using technologies like sensors and some local technologies where people use plastic bottles for irrigation so that the plant is being given water when it needs water, not just spreading water. On the second part of the question, where the question demanded opportunities and challenges in governing policies of irrigation, we talked about issues of tax rebates for irrigation, funding for research and development in irrigation, but also special irrigation funding for projects, that is, for infrastructure and other equipment. The biggest challenges are the costs and then technology adeptness, but also energy for water conveyance when these innovations are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we can give ourselves a round of applause. Yeah, I've gotten some quite interesting views. I'll ask the rapporteurs to maybe share with me the notes that they took from the group. But maybe just a volunteer from any group just to highlight how easy or difficult it was to reach consensus and maybe give an example of one of the key areas where they faced challenges in agreeing on key solutions. Was it easy? Was it straightforward?
I think what I observed from our group, because of diversity in kind of the background we have, because we had like people from nutrition, I think engineering. So I think kind of also their views was based on the type of background, their professional background, and also kind of the understanding they have in terms of which investments or even crops to prioritize. Yeah.
One other thing that came up is that the context. Are we dealing with Malawi, for example, or Mozambique? The approach is going to be different because the factors are different that are involved.
For us, we zeroed in on a smallholder farmer. So we looked at the household level. That is what informed us to prioritize the water use, not the generalization. So we looked at the smallholder farmer, then we started prioritizing from there. So it became much easier.
Yeah, I think we see now how complex this is, and irrigation is just a small parcel of food systems. And I think there was a point raised in the morning about the coherence of policies from various government departments. While one policy is talking about one thing, one policy from another department that is supposed to support this department is saying something completely different. So we also see here the value of co-production, sitting together in the same table to make and deliberate on such kinds of decisions and investments. So I hope we found this session useful. We'll try and compile the notes from the various groups, and hopefully Secretariat will share in due course. Thank you. Maybe we can go and grab a snack and wait for the others to come in.
Everyone, please have some tea, coffee. We are coming back at 20 past 4 for the Bring It All Together. 20 past 4, we are coming back. All right, everyone, please, after you grab your tea, coffee, please come back to the room. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the room. All right, those that are still on the back or outside, please come back to the room. While people are coming back to the room, I've learned new things today. I know that BICC means zebra. The Malawian friends will correct me. I've been told BICC means zebra. And Tiwa Tiwa is bird. And Mafumo means kings. And the last one that I couldn't pronounce, it's still a question. So today I've learned that BICC means zebra, Tiwa Tiwa is bird, and Mafumo is chiefs or kings. All right, please everyone have a seat. I'm going to request, to ask Dr. Professor Arkilo Kaya to the floor. I'm giving him the floor. And also the leaders from the sessions. We have here at BICC, we had Emmanuel, and then we had Abigail and Stacia on session 2, and we have Mapenzi and Peter on session 3. So I'm going to ask the team to come here, please. Professor Kaya.
Thank you very much, the organizer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we have all taken tea and we can pay attention to our last session, where we are going to sum it all. And may I request the 3 presenters from our 3 parallel sessions to come over, because we are supposed to have 5 parallel sessions, but unfortunately 2 were scraped off because of one reason or 2. So we have the first one was on climate futures and impact on irrigation, and then food systems mapping, and then women's empowerment in agriculture change. Okay, I can see 5 panelists, but I think they are going to combine, their reporting. So we have come from really far. You remember very well that we started our today's sessions by Fanrpan setting a scene, the CEO, and then we went all through all those sessions, including the parallel sessions, and now we have come to the end. So I think I'm going to give 10 minutes. Yeah, to each of you to give us a report on what has transpired during your discussions, and then after that, we shall wrap it up. So, climate features and impact on irrigation. Tell us your names, and then go ahead and discuss the questions that we are presented. Thank you.
My name is Emmanuel Igoya. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow on the Foster Health Project, and I was leading the session on climate futures and impacts on irrigation. So our session was designed in such a way that it started with a presentation where I provided some highlights from research work that we have done and are doing on understanding the climate system for Malawi, but also understanding climate risk and its interface with key sectors that are relevant for irrigation development, that is generally speaking agriculture and water resources. So in the presentation, I provided a summary of projections of changes in irrigation water demand given various future climate scenarios and highlighted some opportunities for policy integration and an agenda for climate smart irrigation development. The basis for the discussion was that irrigation is usually viewed as one of, if not the most prominent route to navigating impacts of climate change on agriculture, without giving thorough thought in terms of the environmental risks that irrigation itself may be exposed to. But for irrigation to be able to stand the test of climate, but also for it not to fall short of its expected gains and create new vulnerabilities in a changing climate, there is need to start having these conversations and to facilitate a policy direction that does lead to development of climate smart irrigation landscapes. So at the end of the presentation, we had group discussions where we went into 4 groups and discussed 4 questions relating to the interface between climate change and climate risk and irrigation development. The first question looked at sector prioritization. Given competing sectors for water resources, we wanted people in the groups to list the sectors and areas of investment that they think are quite critical with regards to water resources development, but also to rank them and prioritize which sector would be or highlight which sector would be the most prioritized given the impact of climate change or climate risk on water resources. The interesting thing is that of all the 4 groups, none of them listed irrigation as a priority area of investment in as far as water resources are concerned. The most prominent or the most frequently mentioned priority area was water supply for domestic use. One group highlighted aquaculture as a high priority area of investment. One interesting point that came in that discussion was the consideration of the water, energy, food, environment nexus and how that may maybe need to take us away from looking at things from a compartmentalized point of view where we may not necessarily have to highlight what to prioritize, but to develop water resources with the view that we are going to support a wide range of aspects of investments within the water resources and development space. The second question was looking at key risks for irrigation development, just so that we could understand whether the stakeholders in those groups or the extent to which they prioritize climate risk as an important factor in as far as irrigation development is concerned. So in the interest of time, we did not get to hear from all the 4 groups, but I think it was interesting that climate risk was, I think, coming out as a prominent risk factor in as far as irrigation development is concerned. So I think there was a level of consensus in as far as people agreeing that irrigation cannot just be viewed as an adaptation strategy when it comes to talking about issues of irrigation and climate change or climate risk, but we can also start looking at climate risk as imposing threats and constraints for irrigation development, and start changing the narrative in as far as we look at irrigation development in a changing climate. Other key risks, of course, were mentioned, including conflicts relating to shared water resources, but also political risk, population pressure, as well as costs of irrigation development. The third question looked at the sort of investments that we can make given pressures that are imposed by climate change on water resources. So the key areas there were investments in water recycling technologies, but also rainwater harvesting, issues of research, but also not just looking at water itself, but look at irrigation as a combination of water systems as well as agricultural systems. So we need to start looking at what sort of crops are we growing in those irrigated landscapes, and start looking at research in drought-tolerant crops, and what sort of gains we would realize by combining investments in drought-tolerant crops against irrigation. There was a question in terms of prioritization of what sort of crops can we prioritize in irrigation schemes. This really led to some conflicts in those groups, in that people would fail to agree whether we should prioritize high market value crops or the traditional cereals that includes maize, in that if we prioritize high value market crops, then they eventually stop being high market value, because if each irrigation landscape is investing in such a crop, then it becomes, or it floods the market, and then its value diminishes. And then the final question was on how can we make irrigation more climate smart, and there were points raised on water conservation technologies as well as water use efficiency. So in a nutshell, that is what transpired in breakout session number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. I think you can see that irrigation is not a serious priority as far as the group was concerned. I think let's first hear from all the three, then we shall ask and react at once. Okay, next, I think we can have the next group, which is on the women. Empowering the women in agriculture.
Okay, so I was the lead for women empowerment. My name is Dr. Mapenzi Tauzi. I work with University of Leeds on foster health as well. So for our session, the way it was designed, we had a presentation from researchers. Those are research fellows from University of Leeds that are working on women empowerment. That is for Malawi. The focus has been on understanding the relationship between women empowerment and crop diversification, household nutrition, and being a member of Farmer Field Business Schools. And for Tanzania, it has been women empowerment and trying to understand the leverage points within the spices market value chains. And our session also had a dietary transition component, which I will leave for my colleague, Dr. Peter Iga, to cover that. So I'll just focus on the outcomes of our session on women empowerment, and he will cover the part on dietary transitions in Zambia. So we had the presentation from the researchers that was covering the research findings on the issues that I've just mentioned. And we also had a panel discussion where we were hearing from different stakeholders. We had a representative from the Ministry of Agriculture. We also had a representative from non-government organizations who are implementing projects related to women empowerment. We also have a representation from local farmers amongst our panel, because we felt like if we're having a dialogue about stakeholders that are relevant within agriculture transformation, we need to have the farmers there. So we therefore had the farmers there, and we also had the researchers as well. So just a summary outcome from the discussions from the Deputy Director that was representing Ministry of Agriculture. He shared the different policies that are currently in place to work, how they are aligned within to include women on ensuring that we are moving towards women empowerment, not only on policy ground, but also support structures that are put in place both at local levels and district and national level as well. And several examples were cited on how the government has redesigned or restructured itself to ensure that gender has been mainstreamed within different departments that affect women participation in agriculture. And from the non-government organization representative, the outcomes from the panel discussion, they shared on how, even though they are a non-government organization, but they work hand in hand with the government to make sure that whatever policies are being advanced when it comes to agriculture and women empowerment, they are also part and parcel in the delivery and implementation of those policies. Case in point, they gave an example of how at first there was the use of treadle pumps around irrigation, but the government has since shifted from that to the use of solar pumps. So likewise, the non-government organization, in this case, Care Malawi, they are also using solar panel systems for irrigation. Apart from that, they also shared how through their different projects like Titukulane, they implement different activities and trainings to support women and encourage their participation from production all the way to markets, and also lessons around food nutrition. Like I said, we also had representatives from the farming community, and from the two farmers that were on our panel, they shared how the different interventions that are provided by developmental projects within their communities have been a source of knowledge and have given them the information that they need in terms of production, modern forms of production, and also how they can engage with markets in ways that they were not able to at first, but also how they are actively involved in decision making on issues that concern them, including household nutrition, choices of what crops to grow. I think in the morning session, the issue of commercialization came up, and crop diversification. One of the presenters as well also focused on the focus on maize as well. So that was also some of the areas that the farmers talked about on how they are not only growing maize, but they are also growing other crops, but in a modern way that allows them to harvest more from the little pieces of land that they have to work with. Apart from the farmers as well, I think just a bit of a summary on the feedback that we got in terms of the questions that we got from the participants in our session. One of the slides that was presented by the researchers covered how social-cultural factors are very important or are very influential, and almost sometimes can move households away from the goal of commercialization. For instance, how there are issues around choices of what crops to grow and their implications on, for example, families. If you grow a cash crop, then the husband is the one who is doing the marketing and you never get to see the money. And by the end of the day, your marriage is in question. So why should you diversify and grow a cash crop at the expense of your marriage. But then there were questions around why is this not picked up by policy, and if so, how can policy pick this up? And also another question that came from the participants as well looked into how the question of women empowerment is turning into a double and triple burden for women. If you are empowered, if you are an empowered woman, then you can do it all. Why should myself as a man do this for you or help in doing this? You are empowered, you do that. So that is also bringing in questions that we need to be talking about as stakeholders that are looking into women empowerment. So in terms of way forward, we ran out of time. I think like our previous group as well, we didn't get a chance to go that into detail, but something that was, I think, obvious was the need to incorporate research into how policies are developed. And I think that just echoes what was shared in the morning around how we can link research, how we can inbuild research outcomes into the policies that are being developed. And I know, for instance, I think one of the stakeholders present or that we've worked with, we have researchers that are being trained to present their findings in a language that policymakers would understand without just relying on quantitative numbers, because those make sense policy-wise. If you tell me 95% of people are affected by this, that makes sense to me as a policy researcher, as a policymaker, to do something about it. Unlike if you tell me in a qualitative form, as in this was a finding, I wouldn't really understand how I can incorporate that into policy. So I think in a nutshell, from what we got from our session, I would say that it just emphasized the importance of incorporating research into the policy development, as was shared in the morning. Let me stop that and share and leave that for Dr. Peter Iga to share on the nutritional part.
Thank you, Mapenzi. As she has noted, our discussion involved a bit of women empowerment, and then also we framed it around, so in terms of dietary transitions, is the food environment the way it is, does it support women to choose healthy but also sustainable and safe dietary choices? So that is a bit where we discuss some of our findings from the foster health work, where, first of all, from a general background, we see that within the South African region, but also in Africa in general, you see an increasing burden of overweight and obesity away from the traditional stunting and underweight, which we have traditionally focused on. So you see that that burden is more on the women's side compared to the men. And then when you look at the food environment, both from the urban but also from the rural point of view, you see that in the urban areas, the food environment is increasingly becoming obesogenic. By obesogenic, I mean there is increased availability of foods which are energy dense but low in nutrients. And as a result, you see that it's a big, it's an important driver of this overweight and obesity. When you look into the rural context, you see that the dietary diversity is also very minimal. And this speaks to what we have had in the morning, where you see monoculture agriculture systems, and these are translating also in what is available in terms of consumption at household level. And when you look at what are the major drivers or the most important changes on the food environment level, you see that there is increased availability, for example, fast food chains, and these are highly marketed, and on top of that, there are limited policies to address these new challenges. We are looking forward to discussing this at the panel level, but unfortunately, we got out of time and we couldn't dive much into how do we ensure that we come up with better regulations, better policies to regulate or to address the changing food environment. But I do hope that we can have a discussion around it in this session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, team, Women Empowerment. Let's now hear from Food Systems Mapping.
Thank you very much. My name is Stacia Nordine. I'm with Kulima Integrated Development Solutions, and I'm with Abigya, Dr. Abigya, who is with Czech Globe. So if you can stand out here just a little bit, I'm going to describe a little bit about what we did. And our group was the most patient group around. We had 12 people find us, maybe 3 people at a time. We were across and upstairs. So to the 12 of you who came to our group, I see a few of you there. Thank you very much. You were very patient. We got there and we had no projector either. So we also planned to have a presentation on food systems mapping and a description of what this was all about. But we were very flexible and we bent, and it took a little while to get started, but we had a sheet like this for each person. And we had food systems in the middle. And our project is Food Systems Transformation for One Health. So all of us work on this project together. And we work at different angles of the food system. And that's what the food systems mapping was about during this session, is we were all talking about food systems, but we ended up with 3 groups with about 4 people in each group. And each of them had a different angle that they were looking at. And one of you this morning, as you were speaking, you said, I'm a crop person, I don't know anything about nutrition. Well, me, I'm a nutritionist, and I do know a lot about crops too, but we need different people at the table is the point. So when we look at the food system, we all have our own angles. So we wanted to map in different ways, but we also wanted to think of One Health. So we put reminders in the corner. We wanted to think about the health of the flora and the fungi. We wanted to think about the health of the environment, the soil, the water, the air, and the sun. And Emmanuel just finished talking about that angle. We wanted to think about the health of the humans in society, which our colleagues here just were talking about, as well as nutrition, which would come under that angle. And then this angle is about the health of the fauna, so all the different animals. So we had people looking at different angles, but everyone looking at the food system with these different corners. Then we wanted people to think about different issues affecting whatever issue they put at the top here. I'm going to show you some examples, and whether it directly influenced the food system, indirectly, had some sort of influence, or was an underlying issue. So this is the template that everyone got. Dr. Mkwambisi gave a description of the presentation since we didn't have a projector to use. And then we moved on to the 3. So Abigya, thank you. You can sit down. I'm going to have my 3 colleagues here. If you can each stand up and take one. And I'll just show you the results. So we're not going to read each and every little sticky. We used stickies because we wanted people to be able to move things around. We looked at some of the drivers, some of the impacts, and also some of the actors that take place from each of those. So we had socioeconomic, health and nutrition, and we had environment. Because our session was also cut in half, we had 45 minutes instead of an hour and a half. We did get to the point where each got to present, but each of them just took an angle. So this group started with health and nutrition, and they really looked at some of the things that are linked in the food system. So really close to the food system for health and nutrition, consumer behavior. So that went into the human side of things, really affects health and nutrition. Something further out, pollinators. So pollinators affect the flora and fauna and affect whether we have food to eat or not. So those are just a couple of examples from food and nutrition. Your things came up, so floods and droughts, some things on land tenure came up in this area, all related eventually to whether we eat diverse foods or not. On your side, for socioeconomic, they looked at some of the impacts. So poverty came up as an impact. I need my glasses now. I'm of that age. Price changes, inflation came up as an issue. Some of them fit into all areas. Some of them hit into very much a human system. Others hit into an environmental. And on your side, this group looked at it completely from an environmental point of view. Crop insurance, or insurance in general. There was health insurance as well. Different technologies. Pest and disease came up in kind of each corner of how the environment is affecting the food system. And this group presented some of the different actors taking place. So they talked about end users of the system, private sector, policymakers, and how that affects the system. So what we would like to do now is we recorded some of these, and we took a lot of pictures. And we've been doing this with groups. In our group today, they just got randomly assigned to a topic. Whether they knew about the environment or nutrition, they were just thrown together. But what we've been doing is either putting mixed groups together or putting groups of nutritionists together to do this as an activity. So we'll do this over the life of the project, and we'll try and tie them all together into the food systems and have a nice map. Anything I forgot? Ndakoza? Ndakoza? Shua. Anything else?
I think one interesting thing that came out here. Yeah, I just wanted to add that one interesting thing that came up here is the political context in which food systems are embedded, and that was pretty important because our participants explicitly mentioned how protests and political instability actually leads to negative spin-off for the food systems, and I thought that those are the elements which often get excluded when we talk about food supply chains, and it was a pleasant surprise to see the participants being so assertive about those elements as key drivers within the food system. So, yeah.
Yep. Good. Thank you. Katokoza.
Thank you very much, presenters, and I think the last group really did a good job because you discussed and mapped food systems, according to the outcome, actually, which is most important, nutrition and health. Thank you very much. Can we have additions, first of all, from the group of irrigation? Do we have any additions from members? Okay, women empowerment, any additions from members of the group? Anything that was left out, which you would like to know? What about the last group, food systems mapping? Okay, now members, any questions from the floor? Any questions, any comments from the various groups? We can do it randomly. People are tired or are completely confused. I don't know. No, any additions? No questions? Okay. Somebody?
Yeah, this is just to demonstrate that we are not tired. On the mapping, all that information that you are generating, how do you intend to make use of that information? Is it just a feel-good exercise?
I'll have from my angle. So one of the things I'm working on is stakeholder engagement, is to understand how people think about this food system and draw from that where they're at with a certain topic and how they're looking at this food system from their angle.
Thanks for the question. Actually, that's a very important element for us, because we'd also like to hear from you guys what you think the use of this exercise could be. But from my perspective, one important outcome of the exercise is the interlinkages between the components, because we all know to some extent what the components are, but it's interesting to see how the participants connect them. Like in the group that I was facilitating, there was an interesting discussion about how insurance is related to crops and diseases, but it is also related to livestock. And then it was also a point of contention whether we'll place it in the human system or the environmental system. So these kind of frictions point us towards what could be the leverage points within the system, which is an important concept in systems thinking. So I feel that it could help us identify priorities, which could be different depending on the regional, national, and the political context of the system. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. One of the like secondary questions to the key questions in our breakout session was for the participants to reflect on how easy or difficult it was to reach a consensus, because some of the questions involved asking participants to come up with sectors for investment, for example, and rank those to come to priorities. And given that it was tables with people from different countries, from different backgrounds, interacting with food systems and specifically irrigation in different contexts, there was always going to be conflicts. So we are interested to understand how easy or difficult it was to get to a consensus to say this is number one priority when it comes to water resources or irrigation investments. So one of the things that we learned from the process was also that it is important to bring together stakeholders from various backgrounds, from various sectors, to sit on one table and discuss these issues that affect them in different ways, or that affect food systems in different ways. So I think this also just complements and intersects quite seamlessly with the work that they are doing with food systems mapping and stakeholder engagement.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any specific policies that you can give as far as water for irrigation is concerned? For example, in Malawi, like in my country, we have policies on water for irrigation, the water, policy, climate change, policy. Are there examples that you can give specifically for Malawi?
Yeah, so in Malawi we have the National Agriculture Policy, and we have the National Water Resources Policy. We also have the National Water Resources Act. And then we have the National Irrigation Policy and the National Irrigation Act. We also have the master plan for irrigation development between 2015 and 2035, which highlights the area that has to be expanded for irrigation. So all these policies, as far as they have common themes where they converge at, there is also areas where there may be conflicts, and these are areas where maybe various stakeholders from the various key departments need to come together to see how can one policy leverage the benefits from another policy, or how can meeting targets in one policy not jeopardize efforts in another policy, because all these are also underlain by the National Environmental Policy, which is critical in safeguarding the environment as the key medium in which all these investments are done.
Thank you very much. Approximately what percentage of arable land is irrigated in Malawi, as we put it as priority number 3 and 4?
Yeah, the moment we are aiming for We are aiming to increase up to 400,000 hectares by 2050. And currently we are irrigating around
in terms of percentage, maybe.
In terms of percentage of arable land, no, I don't have that number like right on top of my head. But at the moment, we are at less than 150,000 hectares. So we are aiming to increase and expand up to 400,000 hectares, which is the maximum potential irrigable area in Malawi.
Okay.
But maybe an addition to what he has said, the other document that we have is the Water Resources Regulations of 2018. So basically, this document gives guidance on how we should use the water resources that we have in the country.
Thank you very much. I hope those.
Yeah, to quickly answer the question, only about 2% of Malawi's cropland is irrigated. So I think that's why we seem to have a lot of scope for expanding irrigation in Malawi.
Yeah, it's the same thing with you. Even Uganda, only 2%.
When we meet the full potential, it's going to be 4%.
Okay. Fine. Any other question, members? Observations? Okay, I think we need to end it here because it is right now exactly 5. Let us thank our panelists by giving them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Any other question that you feel was actually left out unanswered during the course of the day that probably we may have to react on before we close completely? Okay, thank you very much for your active participation. May I now invite the organizers to give us housekeeping information, if any, before we close the session completely. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you can learn another clap better than that. I'm gonna teach you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Nice. Let's go. 1. Nice. Another one. Nice. Okay, so today was nice, so let us clap for the day. Nice. All the presentation and the deliberation were nice. Let us clap for the day. Nice. All right. Okay, so I think we are done for the day. Thank you very much, everyone. We will be back here tomorrow, 9 o'clock. And please, for those who haven't registered yet, please make sure you have registered. And yes, we will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Nice. Let's make it one more time. Nice. Thank you. I was being too nice. It's 8:30, not 9. Sorry. I was being too nice. 8:30. Thank you. It's still nice to wake up in the morning. Thank you, everyone.